speak on the topics, and we stay on topic, because that's going to be important so that we can conclude tonight. Thanks. everyone. We're going to try this again, and this is the official beginning at this point, and I do appreciate everybody, as I said, quieting down immediately. That's really helpful. There will be a few more people coming in who are still being checked in, so if you folks are sitting next to an empty seat, I might ask that if you see someone coming in, looks like they need a seat, maybe help them out so we can make sure that we're all here and we fit everyone in this one room. Thank you.
Sit up here if anyone wants.
And you don't even need to run for election, right? Welcome to the May 1, 2023 annual town meeting. Clearly, there is a quorum present this evening. And the clerk informs me that the warrant has been returned, and the return of the warrant shows that it has been properly served. So, as I say, we can begin. I always begin with a motion to waive the reading of the warrant in its entirety, and that certainly saves us a lot of time. Do I have a motion to waive the reading of the warrant? And a second. Is there any discussion on that? No discussion, thank you. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right, that passes. We will waive the reading of the warrant. Tradition still controls. I would like to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As I said, good evening and welcome. My name is Kim Kohler and I'm the town moderator, and I'm here this evening with, and I'll start down there, we have our town administrator, April Stewart, select board chair, Seth Ridinger, our vice chair, Jamie Underwood, our clerk, Matt Meekum, town council, Stephen Madaus, and our town clerk, Don Porter. I know we have a few non-Boylston residents with us tonight, not many, because we need the space for our residents this evening, and I trust that the non-Boylston residents are sitting up front who may be called upon during the meeting. Thank you. As a reminder, only Town of Boylston registered voters may vote this evening, and I trust everyone is checked in because we had the folks out there, we had the line, and we're all set. Let's see. A few ground rules, they're the same every year, but in particular this year, we absolutely have to follow the rules. Please wait to be recognized if you wish to be heard and speak on a topic. Don't be afraid to raise your hand high or stand up if you wish to be heard, because I don't always see everybody, and tonight may be a little bit more of a challenge with everybody packed in. Also, when you speak, please stand and you please state your name and address and speak loud enough to be heard into a microphone that you will be given. The reason why you have to use the microphone is that the meeting is being recorded, and I believe that only conversation or statements spoken through the microphone by the folks out there are going to be recorded properly for those who are listening to the meeting. And if you have a question about anything that is occurring this evening, please direct it to me, and I'm going to direct the question to the appropriate person, and that's going to keep the flow of our meeting better. Okay, so we're not going to be passing a microphone, is that right? Okay, so there may be a little line forming down there where the microphone is. Perfect. Do we not have an extra microphone? No. All right, I'm sorry about that, but Cable instructed that if people did not speak through the microphone, it would not be recorded, and we're recording the meeting, so we need to record what people say. All right, so let's start with my request for a consent agenda. That's also traditional at our town meeting. Articles 1 through 10 are ones that appear annually on the warrant and are customarily voted together as a unit in what is called a consent calendar. I would like to continue with that practice, and I'll entertain a motion for town meeting to consider and vote on Articles 1 through 10 inclusive as a group. Do I have a motion? A second? Any discussion? No. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right. Any opposed? The motion passes, so I will entertain now a motion. That's a motion to have a consent agenda. Now I'm going to have the motion to approve Articles 1 through 10. So do I have a motion to approve Articles 1 through 10? A second? And does the Finance Committee approve the monetary articles in 1 through 10? I think they said they did, so I'm going to confirm that they did. Thank you. And is there discussion at all on Articles 1 through 10? No discussion, so I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, no opposed, the motion passes. Okay, all right, I have been asked if we can make sure that any guests here, so the non-voting Boylston residents, move their seat to the front row. Is there anyone who is a visitor who's not in the front row? Thank you. It's really going to be simplicity for counting, because we anticipate that at some point we may have some standing counts, we may need some ballot counts. Thank you very much. All right, thank you, folks, and I'm going to continue on. So we're on Article 11, which concerns the compensation for town officers. Do I have a motion? Do you have a yellow on?
There it goes. That one's on.
Let's do it.
So I have a motion?
I move the town approve the changes in the compensation of town officers as printed in the warrant.
Is there a second?
Second.
Finance Committee recommends approval on this motion. Is there, or on this article, is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No, the motion passes unanimously. Article 12 concerns to amend the town's personnel plan and bylaw by replacing the language as you see here in bold. Do I have a motion?
I move that the town amend the town's personnel bylaw, or town's personnel plan and bylaws as printed in the warrant.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Finance Committee recommends approval, so I'll call for discussion on this. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Article 13, concerning a vote to transfer available funds. Do I have a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that the town transfer and appropriate $58,500 from free cash to fund continued repairs at the Hillside Town buildings.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Finance Committee recommends approval, so I'll call for discussion. Is there any discussion on this article? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? No opposed. The motion passes unanimously. Article 14, concerning transfer of funds to appropriate for a new pickup truck for the Highway Department. Do I have a motion?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I move that the town transfer $150,000 from free cash to procure a new truck for the Highway Department. Now, this truck is, it's a replacement of a regular fleet truck that's on the road day to day. We're looking, it's not a pickup truck, it's a dump truck with a hydraulic system, a sander, and a plow.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, and Finance Committee recommends approval, so I'll call for discussion. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Article 15. Do I have a motion?
I move for the town to vote to transfer from available funds in the Treasury and appropriate a sum not to exceed $36,025 for the purpose of completing Phase 2 of the park grant requirements for the Harrington Park project, so-called, or act in any way thereon.
Do I have a second?
Second. Second.
Finance Committee does recommend approval. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Article 16, do I have a sponsor?
Madam Moderator, I move the town transfer and appropriate $65,000 from free cash to purchase a new police cruiser for the police department.
Okay, I should have said, do I have a motion? I do have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Finance Committee recommends approval. I will call for discussion. Any comments, discussion on this item? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Article 17, do I have a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that the town transfer $86,915.79, which is the remaining balance of funds borrowed to pay the cost of the new Highway Department building project and are no longer needed to complete that project, to pay additional costs of the town library renovation project.
Do I have a second? Finance Committee recommends approval on this item, so I'll call for discussion. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Article 18. Do I have a motion? Can you take it out, Joe?
Says it's on. I move that wow, now it's on. I move that the town transfer from the ambulance receipts reserve and appropriate $9,575 to pay for the town's 5% matching portion of a FEMA Assistance to Firefighter grant for the purchase of new self-contained breathing apparatus for the fire department.
Is there a second?
Second.
Finance Committee recommends approval of this item. I will call for discussion. Any discussion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None, so the motion passes unanimously. Article 19, do I have a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that the town transfer from the ambulance receipts reserved and appropriate $9,000 for the purchase of replacement pulse oximeter, stretcher batteries, and to fund preventative maintenance on both stretchers in our ambulances.
Is there a second? Finance Committee recommends approval. I'll call for discussion. Is there any comment, question? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Article 20, I will just say, requires a 2/3 vote, so depending on how this works out, we may have to count or not, we'll see. Do I have a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that the town transfer $300,000 from free cash for the down payment for a new fire engine for the fire department and authorize the lease purchase financing agreement for the acquisition of the new fire engine as written in the warrant.
Is there a second?
Second.
The Finance Committee recommends approval, so I'll call for discussion on this item. Is there any discussion, questions? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. So I don't have to worry about the 2/3 vote. Next article is 21. It likewise requires a 2/3 vote. I believe that, well, no, I'm just going to call on whether we have a motion under Article 21.
I move that the town vote to accept Pine Street as a public way as laid out heretofore by the Board of Selectmen and according to the boundaries and measurements shown on plans on file in the office of the town clerk, and authorize the Board of Selectmen to acquire on behalf of the town by purchase, gift, or taking by eminent domain and easement for public street purposes in said ways, and to acquire any other necessary easements, including drainage easements as shown on the plans, sufficient to use said ways for all purposes for which public ways are used in the town of Boylston, and to pass over Longley Hill Road, Compass Point Circle, and Sherrills Way.
Is there a second? Second. All right. I'm going to ask Planning Board, what is your recommendation?
The Planning Board recommends accepting Pine Street,
As the motion is made.
as the motion is made.
And is there anyone from Conservation Commission that wishes to be heard on this?
Hi, Chip Burkhart, Chair of the Conservation Commission. We also recommend approval of, or the acceptance of Pine Street.
Thank you. With that information, I will call for a discussion, actually. Is there any discussion? Yes, sir. So if you don't mind coming to the microphone. And remember to state your name and address if you're going to speak on this. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Peter Williamson. I and my wife Ellen Williamson live at 37A Compass Circle. We're very disappointed that the Planning Board has not included in this Sherrills Way and Compass Point Circle. We've been in the town for 6 years. We are, as you know, Compass Circle and Sherrills Way has an over 55 community. It's a beautiful community. We are mostly seniors in the town, and we're living out the autumn of our years here. And it's been 6 years, and the town has not done what it has needed to do to work with the builder to get our streets accepted. And you may know that the project has duplexes which allow 2 units in each lot. And what that allows is a very, very lucrative tax, property tax to our town, probably the largest per lot in the entire town. And on top of that, an over 55 has no burden on our schools. So we have really a wonderful win-win for the town and for us, we senior citizens. So we are very disappointed that we are hoping, Ellen and I and all of our residents mostly, I would guess, are hoping that our friends and neighbors and residents here will vote to accept our streets. Thank you very much.
I'm going to hear from a couple of additional folks and then perhaps let the planning board respond to the comments, but maybe we'll just have the speakers talk at the moment, the residents who wish to be heard. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Steve Susi, 6 Morningdale Ave in Boylston. I think the problem with this article that I have is we're being asked as citizens to vote these streets in, but we don't know what the status of these streets are. Usually, and I work for utilities, so, I design the infrastructure for streets. We don't know in any of these streets, have they installed, say, utilities according to approved by the municipal light department? Have they paved the road in specifications that the highway department wants? So all this stuff has to be done. Have the drainage easements or the drainage pipes been installed to and approved by the highway department? Because if we're approving a street and taking over ownership, but none of that work has been approved, or then the town has to take over all the repairs of that infrastructure. So, that is potentially a huge cost to the town, that if this street is just in the planning stage and it's not paved and not ready to be taken over, and nothing on this article specifies that, or what status highway department approved, how finished it is, then by taking over status, we have to pay for that work, which the builder should be doing. The builder puts in pipes in underground electrical conduits to our specification, to the electric company's specifications, to the town's specifications. So I recommend not voting for this and not approving until we get more information on that. And just in the future case, you have 3 different streets or 4 being accepted at once. We should have these separate articles for each street or each development, because, okay, Pine Street's okay, but it seems here we have to vote on Longley Hill, Compass Point, Charles Way. The town might approve 3 of those, but have problems with 1.
I'm just going to clarify, because I don't want there to be other misunderstanding here, that the motion was to accept Pine Street, but to pass over Longley Hill Road, Compass Point Circle, and Cheryl's Way, which means that the motion is not to approve those other 3 streets. To be clear, and I will have the planning board speak to that, but they're only recommending the motions for just the 1 street, Pine Street, and that was recommended as well by the planning board and Conservation Commission. Is there another resident that wishes to be heard on this item? So I'd like to ask if there is any response by, or information. Okay, thank you.
My name is Deborah Frank, and I live on 45A Compass Circle. I can assure everybody that the roads, most everything has been approved. We're just, the only thing we have, we understand the only thing that is left to do is to put the lot lines, I don't know what the, just the lot lines. They need to have they need to be the stakes put in. I'm sorry. I'm ready for the home to I'm one of the senior citizens, okay? So, as you can hear. So, and, you know, we not only, and in addition to what Peter said, we also had our, I was in the Compass Point for about two and a half years or so, and our taxes were also bumped up. More taxes than I paid on a, you know, 2,500 square foot house. And we think that we should have this approved, and we would go for yes with the contingent of getting those the lot lines put in, you know? Put in, not too hard, but anyway. And we want to know why they're not being approved. We really would like the answer to that. Can anybody answer that?
Yes, and that, I think the planning board can be heard on answering your questions. I just wanted, I thought because we might have a collection of items, and that way planning board could speak on it all at once. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this? So let's hear from the planning board, and they can hopefully address those concerns and questions.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Mark Johnson here from the Planning Board. Start with them in order here. Pine Street, the question is about the quality of the road. We work with our on-call engineer called Graves Engineering. We work with them to make sure that the roads meet all the requirements they need to have. All the utilities, all the grading, all the drainage, all that stuff. So that's the reason we were recommending that one and that one only, because it has met all the requirements to be accepted by the town. And that's what we're asking people to vote on this evening. Longley Hill has a lengthy list of outstanding issues that we're still working with the builder and working with our engineering department, with Graves Engineering, as well as the conservation folks, which Mr. Burkhart will have some words after that as well. Same thing is true for Compass Point, Cheryl's Way, Southwest Way, and Southeast Way. There are continuing issues with those as well, which we're working through Graves. I would encourage you to come to a planning board meeting, ma'am, and I'm happy to go through them, and you can go through the Graves report with us. They are numerous. There is more than that. There is more than that. And before the town accepts the road, things have to be met. Also, we have, for those who don't know, when you do a project in town or you do a project anywhere, you have to have a bond. You have to pay money for that bond, and what that bond is for is in case the developer up and runs away, the town has money to finish the job or fix what needs to be done. We still have outstanding bonds on these roads, so the ones that we don't approve, if the developer did try and skip town, we do have money to try and fix those. So Mr. Burkhart from Conservation, I believe, has something he'd like to add.
So yeah, Chip Burkhart, Boylston Conservation Commission. So there's a number of issues that the developer has not addressed. And if you go back and look at the planning board meeting minutes, you go back and look at the Conservation Commission meeting minutes, one of the big things for Compass Point is we've been asking for as-built plans for a number of times. So you may have seen them, right? But as of the last meeting of our board, right, the Conservation Commission, so we actually had a special meeting tonight because we literally bent over backwards for a lot of these submittals, right? There was last-minute submittals. We tried to do our best to get as much information as we can and provide an educated opinion tonight. So as of 6:15 tonight, we do not have as-built plans for Compass Point, and that's problematic because we can't approve what we don't have documented. Right, so there's not as-built plans. There's a couple of permits. One is an erosion and sediment control permit that has been open for a number of years that has not been requested, right? So there's not been a request to close that out, nor has there been documentation shown that they've done what was outlined in that permit. So it's not a matter of the town isn't cooperating with the developer, right? The developer has a punch list of items. And that, ma'am, I understand your frustration. I understand. But understand, I've been on the Conservation Commission for 18 years, and this project has been in front of the Conservation Commission all 18 of those years. Right, so there's been a lot of churn on that project, but there's still a number of outstanding issues. Most of them, from a conservation standpoint, are on the individual lots. That's a whole nother story, right? But there is not enough information for the Conservation Commission, or the Planning Board for that matter, to go through and recommend approval for anything other than Pine Street this evening. And it's a matter of the developer going through the checklist, going through the items that Graves Engineering has identified, and making the proper submittals to meet the requirements in the original submittal for the subdivision.
And we have one more. Chip, can you just give the microphone to the gentleman behind you? Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ted Shoemaker, Theodore. I live at 144 Mile Hill Road, where I've been for about 30 years. I have a procedural question. Even though you said, well, actually all we're voting on really is Pine Street, what I read here, which I read at home before I came, I assume that all four of these things were being approved at the same time for the same go-ahead reasons. But from what I'm hearing from these other two gentlemen, is a lot of the work for these others is outstanding, unlike Pine Street, which is essentially, sounds like, ready to go. So it just feels uncomfortable being asked to vote on something that includes 4 items, only one of which really is ready to be voted on, and the others are still premature. So I don't know if there's a way to do that in flow, but I would consider it would be helpful if this was rewritten or at least re-specified so that it clearly says what we're voting on tonight is the Pine Street situation, but not the other 3, because just reading this, it looks obvious that we're voting on all 4.
As the moderator, I think I can address that by saying I understand what is printed in the warrant, but the motion that was made was not to advance all 4 of those public ways. It was to advance only one of them and to pass over the other 3. And I do think I think it's lawful and appropriate to have a motion that does not match what the warrant says, because that's what we have the motion for, because it's what the motion is what we're going to vote on. So I'm not inclined to change the motion that was made on the floor in the second, but if there is additional discussion, I would entertain it. Seeing none, though, I am going to call for a vote on the motion that was made. And again, I will reiterate that the motion was to vote to accept the Pine Street as a public way as laid out by the Board of Selectmen and as stated in that motion, but to pass over Longley Hill Road, Compass Point Circle, and Cheryl's Way. That's the motion. So I'm going to call for a vote on that motion, and I do need a 2/3 vote on this, so we may have to have standing count on this. All those in favor of the motion as stated, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Is there any opposition? There is opposition, but I believe that the Article 21 passes with at least a 2/3 vote. So we will move to Article 22, also requiring a 2/3 vote. Do I have a motion for Article 22?
Madam Moderator, I move the town vote to create a new special purpose stabilization fund to be known as the Opioid Settlement Stabilization Fund, which may be expanded for all the purposes allowed by law, including those outlined in applicable opioid litigation settlement documents, and consistent with any state guidelines or regulations, further clarifying allowable uses of opioid litigation settlement funds, and further to adopt the last paragraph of Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 5B, and dedicate to such stabilization fund, without further appropriation, 100% of the opioid litigation settlement funds received by the town, and to deposit $8,423.63 received by the town from the opioid litigation settlements resulting from the town's participation in the national opioid multi-district litigation into said opioid settlement stabilization fund.
Do I have a second?
Second.
The Finance Committee recommends approval, so I will call for discussion. Is there any discussion or questions on this item? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So that passes unanimously, so that more than passes the two-third vote requirement. Article 23, do I have a motion?
I move that the town vote to approve the town clerk's proposed schedule of fees for the licensing of dogs and kennels in accordance with the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 140, Section 139, except the provision in paragraph C therein, which reads, "No fee shall be charged for a dog owned by a person aged 70 years or over in a city or town that accepts the provision," and amend Section 11, subsection 11.8 of the general bylaws in accordance therein.
Do I have a second? Is there any discussion on this article? Absolutely.
I just want to clarify the main purpose of this. There's a Mass General Law that allows for seniors 70 years and older to not have to pay a dog license fee. That's the main purpose for accepting this. Many towns in the state have already accepted it. I think it's a small thing we can do for our seniors. In addition to that, we did the standard dog licensing fees. We did bump up by $5 each. And the only reason for doing that is because our fees are embedded in our town bylaws, so we don't want to go back in and revise them anytime again in the near future. So again, the main purpose of this is to allow seniors to be free of that extra fee.
Okay, with that explanation, is there any discussion or questions? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. The motion passes unanimously. Article 24. Do I have a motion on Article 24?
Yes, my name's Bonnie Johnson, 5 Pine Street. I move that the town vote to make the office of the town clerk an appointed position to be appointed by the Board of Selectmen and to revise Article 2, Legal Affairs, Section 2, Appointments of the General Bylaws by inserting a new subsection 2.4 after subsection 2.3, therein to read, "The Board of Selectmen shall appoint a qualified person to serve as town clerk for a term not to exceed 3 years. The Board of Selectmen shall appoint a successor upon a vacancy in the office of the town clerk. Provided, however, that approval of the change of the office of the town clerk to an appointed position shall be subject to acceptance by the voters of the town at the annual town election in accordance with General Laws, Chapter 24, Section 1B. So,
Can I ask you to reread the last general law chapter there? That is General Law Chapter
41.
Okay, very good. I may have heard a different number. I apologize. Is there a second? Any discussion on this item? Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Through you, Jennifer Warren Diamond, 889 Main Street. As somebody who works professionally in this space as the town administrator in West Boylston and formerly the assistant town manager in Oxford, I would like to state that I wholeheartedly support the adoption of this article. We do not require other professionals in this community to be elected residents. We don't, Madam Town Administrator is not required to be elected, our police chief, our fire chief. The position of town clerk is largely statutory. We have seen, especially since COVID, but over the last course of years, the requirements for the position change. And this is something that is a ever-evolving field. There's lots of professional leadership development courses that are required. And being beholden to a popularity contest at the ballot box is simply not the way to go for our town clerk. But I have two questions, Madam Moderator, through you. If the current town clerk would opine what her position, if she feels comfortable, on the adoption of this, and to council or yourself, how many towns left in Massachusetts still have an elected town clerk? Thank you.
Okay, Madam Town Clerk, would you care to respond to that?
First of all, this is a question that's coming up all over the state. There's actually several towns that have this on their warrant this spring. I'm going to be very careful about how I speak to this. I'm going to speak more to the position than the article. I think as far as my personal involvement in it, it's very tangential. The Board of Registrars chose to put forth this article to town meeting. The article's just asking for you to vote for it to go on the election ballot. The election ballot is going to be what's binding. So that election ballot is a full year from now. It may or may not get approved. If it happens, it's not going to happen until after the next elected term ends in 2026. So as far as it affecting me personally, it's very tangential as far as whether it will or not. I'm going to not speak to the article because of ethics questions. I will absolutely confirm everything the last speaker said, that the job has become more and more complex, especially with mail-in voting, things like that. Just since I've been in the office, the number of public records requests and other matters that can be somewhat complicated have increased incredibly. And I also personally, I have no problem with oversight. I think as voters, you absolutely have the right to weigh in on this, and you absolutely will be given the chance at the next election a year from now. Personally, most of you probably don't have a full idea of what happens, what a town clerk does. I don't think many of you are going to come in to check up to see whatever the town clerk who happens to be in the position is doing. However, if this was an appointed position, it allows the town administrator and people who are on site to have some type of oversight to the office. An elected official, as the other speaker said, is really only required to fulfill statutory duties. They can refuse to do things that the town asks them to do. They can just fulfill those statutory duties. They, just basic things like other professionals, you come in at 8 a.m. and start your day. An elected official doesn't necessarily have to do that. I will go down in the record saying the town is growing tremendously. The nature of the town clerk's office is changing tremendously. And I think having some local oversight would be welcome. And it also, just so people do understand, to be elected to the position, you have to be a town resident. We still have a fairly small town. So that limits our pool of people who are qualified and maybe have some experience in this area. Appointing, I personally would love to see a Boylston town clerk, always. I think that's a wonderful benefit, but if there isn't someone qualified, this allows you the opportunity to move outside Boylston to look.
Okay, we have a comment from another resident.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Johnson, 4 Underwood Avenue. I am interim town clerk at the moment in Leicester, which is a community of over 10,000 people. I was hired when their town clerk retired. I believe that position should stay, even though I'd like the job there. I also did this job in Spencer, which is also 4 times larger than this town. That stayed elected. Back in May of '99, at the annual town meeting, this was presented to you also. You voted yes. But when it went to ballot, you voted 58% voted no. We report to the residents. We all work with our town administrators and our selectmen. the ballot, it is required for the ballot. I'd like to know why you're putting it off 1 year as opposed to immediately. I did read your paper that you passed out saying why you think it should be this or that. Yes, the job is complex. Yes. You appoint somebody, could also be the person living next door who gets the job. And the town clerks have an association. We go to mentoring classes to learn it. They have continuing education classes throughout the year. They have conferences throughout the year. We all go to these. You learn something new every day. Elections come around, state changes it every election cycle. Yeah, it's ridiculous, but it happens, and it's going to happen, and we do it. You have the proper staff, you have the proper training, you get it. Yes, elected, come off the street, they may not know anything about the clerk's office. That's true. But you learn this just like you learn anything else. I love my job. I want to stay in this field. It should be elected, and the towns I've been in, I believe, even though I'm very happy there, that they should stay elected. So I'd like you to vote no.
Do we have any other residents who would like to be heard on this article? Yes.
Hi, Bonnie Johnson again, 5 Pine Street. I am the chair of the Board of Registrars. We are the sponsors of this article. And the reason we've put this on the ballot is because it is a 2-year process. So this year at town meeting, we get to vote to put it on the ballot. Next year, by law, in May, it would be on our election as a ballot question. So that is one of the answers. The reason I believe this position should be appointed, as the town clerk from West Boylston mentioned, this position has become very technical with all the things that go into it. It is incredible what we rely on our town clerk for. And as with other committees in town, if, the school committees, even the Board of Selectmen, they rotate out. We have one town clerk. It's not a rotational where you get to learn as you go. You get put in the spot and you get to do the job. And you have one shot. And it's important to get it done right. So I believe that in the future, we have a great town clerk right now in Dawn Porter. None of this is about Dawn, but I've lived in this town 40 years, and we've had 4 or 5 town clerks in that time period, and it's gotten more and more technical, and the pool of candidates gets smaller and smaller. So I would like to see us move this so that we can make it appointed in the future. That means you all go to the ballot box next Monday and vote, and Dawn Porter's name is on there for town clerk. If she gets elected, she will be our town clerk for the next 3 years. At the end of those 3, and then next year, if the town votes to support that this position becomes appointed at the ballot box, at the end of 3 years, the Board of Registrars will work with, if Dawn is retiring especially, not that I see that, okay, I'm not predicting anything, but I'm just saying when the position especially becomes open for any reason, the Board of Registrars will work with the town administrator, the human resources, will come up with candidates to present to the Board of Selectmen. And that's how this should work. So I encourage you to vote yes for this today. Thank you.
Do we have any other people who wish to be heard on this article? No. All right, let me call for discussion then. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Is there any opposed? Okay. The ayes are win this, and so the motion passes, and I'm getting tired, I apologize. The motion passes. And so, as you've heard, it means that this issue will come up, not next week at election, a year from now, and you'll get to make the decision then at town election. Article 25 requires a 2/3 vote Do I have a motion on Article 25?
Madam Moderator, I move that the town vote to appropriate $1,050,000 for the purchase of a parcel of land containing approximately 30.08 acres, more particularly shown on Assessor's Map 23 as Parcel 25, located on the west side of School Street, and further described in a deed recorded with the Worcester Registry of Deeds in Book 60034, page 136, including all ancillary costs and fees related thereto. Said property to be purchased for conservation and passive recreation purposes pursuant to the provisions of MGL Chapter 40, Section 8C. And in any, as it may hereafter be amended, and other general laws relating to the conservation to be held and managed under the care, custody, and control of the Conservation Commission. Number 2, to meet said appropriation, the town treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, is authorized to borrow said amount pursuant to MGL Chapter 44, Sections 7 and 8C, or any other enabling authority available to the town, and to issue bonds or notes therefore. And further, that the Board of Selectmen is authorized to apply for, accept, and expend any private, federal, or state aid, grants, or donations that are or may become available for these purposes, provided, however, that the total amount authorized to be borrowed by this vote shall be reduced to the extent of any private, federal, or state grant or donations that may be received for such purposes. And further, number 3, to authorize the Conservation Commission to seek reimbursement of any funds expended for such purposes under the Land Program, MGL Chapter 132A, Section 11. And number 4, to authorize the Board of Selectmen and the Conservation Commission to enter into all agreements and execute any and all instruments as may be necessary on behalf of the town to effect said purchase and the purposes herein.
All right. Do I have a second? Second. Now, Finance Committee, do you have a recommendation on this article?
The Finance Committee does not recommend approval, but I will note that the Finance Committee has 6 members, and it was a split vote, 3-3.
Okay. Is there any discussion on this article?
Madam Moderator.
Yes.
If I could just briefly give a little bit of background real quickly as to some of the details of this. First, I think most residents here are familiar with this piece of land. It is located on School Street. It was previously referred to as 85 Sewell, but it's that same parcel, sometimes referred to as the Bud Lane property. It's approximately 30.5 acres. We believe that this was not ideal timing, but an opportunity that should be presented to the town to give the opportunity to vote for it. Very briefly, the reason why there was no price on the article, on the warrant that was mailed out to everybody, is because we were in the process of negotiating the price for that, which we finally came to an agreement on about 6 days ago. So the final price was $1 million. The additional $50,000 that was added was for any potential closing costs, although we anticipate those to be substantially less than that. The other thing I wanted to point out is, as some people might have heard in that motion, was that we will be, or we are planning on applying for land grants, or a land grant, which would be through the state. We're cautiously optimistic that we could receive that if we were successful. That could potentially defray up to 50% of the total purchase price. We've also been in consultation with some private philanthropists and hope that there are private donations to help fund this parcel of land as well. So the bottom line is, what would this cost the average taxpayer? If we move forward, if you, the residents, vote tonight in favor of purchasing this, and we are not successful at achieving any of the grants or donations, the average household in Boylston is about $460,000. The tax impact for the average household would be approximately somewhere between $55 and $65, just specifically for this article. If we were successful with the grants and donations, it would be substantially less. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of all of those facts and details.
With that said, is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this article and the motion under consideration? I think we do have someone coming down.
Thank you, Bob Richard,
And
632.
I'm just going to, this is, I don't mean to interrupt you, I apologize, I just did that.
It's okay.
I see, if there's going to be a number of people here, can we try to keep our comments as brief as possible, making the point we want to make, and that we will give the next person the opportunity to speak as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bob Richards, 632 Main Street. First off, thank you for getting us a second bite at the apple here. Usually, life doesn't present many opportunities to take another bite at the apple. Probably not the greatest time to ask people to pay more in taxes, but I think what people really need to think about is not, things right now or 2 years from now, but what about 5 years, 10 years, 15 years from now, or 30 years from now? I've been in town over 35 years. A lot of folks here have been in town a very long time. We all see the explosive growth in town, trucks in and out, at FedEx, 140 and 70. We see where things are headed. This is an opportunity to preserve some of the rural character of the town, some more conservation land, wildlife corridors, places for kids to play, connect with nature. And once we miss this opportunity again, it's going to be gone forever. And somebody's going to come along and build something that probably most of us don't want. And quite frankly, for the cost of pizza at Boylston Pizza for the family on a Friday night, let's be realistic. Please vote for this.
Chris Cloyd, 38 Warren Street. This item came up 2 years ago. They asked $980,000 for this property. The 85 Sewell LLC purchased this in February 4 years ago for $250,000. Now they want 4 times that amount. You have a piece of property that has a lot of ledge in it. It's not developable in any kind of major, right? Yeah, you
Hold
can,
on.
but it's a very expensive cost to dig through the ledge and everything else. Excuse me, when it's your turn, you can talk.
Yeah, let's just have one at a time speak. That'll be more efficient. Thank you.
So I just think that the price of the property that you're looking at is ridiculous, and with the extra budget costs for the rest of the budget here going up 15%, our real estate taxes are probably going to go up 10 to 15% already, and now you're throwing more money on top of it. So I bought enough pizzas over the years on properties. We don't need to add another $55 or more. Thank you.
Brian Mahoney, 182 School Street. I kind of agree with pretty much what they've already said, but just want to remind the town, once land that's undeveloped gets developed, you can never bring it back. It's gone. And if the town wants to look like Shrewsbury or Auburn, go ahead, develop it, but if you want to keep a kind of a rural, free land type of thing, you don't want to do this. Thank you.
Hi, Bonnie Johnson, 5 Pine Street. So I'm surrounded by development, front, back, sides, everywhere. If you don't know Pine Street, come take a look. But I'm here because I used to be on Parks and Rec. And I got to tell you, Seth, $1 million to the manor would affect every kid in this town. That is the park. That is the place that we need to put our $1 million that's already in disarray. It needs tennis courts. It needs drainage in there. And I'd like to see us putting our money into something that benefits the whole town. Thank you.
Jim Benson, 363 Mile Hill Road. I just feel this is a luxury item, and there's a lot that needs to be done in the town, a lot that needs to be discussed at this meeting, especially with the schools. And over the past 6 months, taxes on my property have gone up $1,000, and that the money should be spent, better spent towards our schools, towards our staff members, towards our children, towards our future, not on a piece of land. That's my piece.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard? I'm going to have you go to the microphone, sorry.
My name is Ann Wynn. I'm at 76 Sewell Street. I usually don't like to get up and say anything, but this is starting to bother me. I agree. We need to keep some of the space. What I liked about Boylston when I moved here, it was a small town atmosphere, a lot of places to go to walk, take your dog, run around. You develop this, you're going to put more taxes on the school system, because you'll probably put houses in there or apartments of some sort. And you just said, the school is already getting overloaded. We don't have enough money for this. We don't have enough money for that. So sell this piece of property, put more houses in there, you get more taxes on that, the school system, the police, the fire. I don't see what the point is. And there is ledge, but they did ledge where the FedEx prison is, all that building. Believe me, we felt all the stuff on Sewell Street. So I think we should buy it, keep it as conservation.
So nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Yeah, yeah. One day.
Hi, Kathy Blumenthal, 70 North Sewell Street. I've mentioned this at a number of forums, that first of all, this property can be developed. We know it can be developed. We've seen the plans in front of us. If the contractor who presented this plan doesn't get this property, somebody else will come and develop this property. In the past number of years, we've had a housing project develop at the end of Sewell Street. There's right now another one being developed on the other end of Sewell Street. You put this on South Street. Where are these cars going to go? Where do the trucks land at the properties next to FedEx? You put those trucks on the road, you put the cars from 3 developments on those roads, where are you going to put these cars? We can't afford the traffic that we have right now. We can't handle the traffic that we have right now. Not in my backyard. I would like my backyard to stay exactly the way it is, but I also don't want to drive on 70 and 140 in 5 years after these 3 developments are completed.
Thank you. This is a vote that is going to require 2/3 to pass. And because the Finance Committee has not recommended approval, we have to do a ballot vote on this. And I'm saying I don't see further discussion, so we're going to move to vote. Yes?
I would just like to speak to this very briefly. This is an opportunity. I am going to repeat some of the stuff that's been said, but this is an opportunity that will never present itself again to our community, right? This is an already densely developed area, as has already been mentioned, and when this is developed and clear-cut and built with a bunch of houses, we will never get that opportunity. We will lose another piece of what makes Boylston special, right, which is the small town rural character. And when it is developed, that will, make no mistake about it, have a very large cost on our budget in terms of infrastructure, water supply, traffic, road maintenance, public safety, and of course, schools. I know, of course, this is not ideal timing, but this is an opportunity that we have before us at this moment. So I say that if you believe that preserving the rural character of our community is something that is important to you, and if you believe that we must protect what we think makes Boylston special, then I certainly urge you to join me in voting yes on this.
Okay, so everyone who checked in should have received, I think, 4 pieces of paper for ballot voting. I'm going to ask you to take out the green one. We're going to use the green for this vote. What you're going to do is rip it in half, and the folks are going to come around with baskets, and they're going to collect your vote, yes or no, and then we are going to have to count them. So bear with us momentarily on this count.
And for accuracy, just know the reason why they're color-coded is to make sure that by accident somebody doesn't vote twice or things along those lines. So make sure that you are using that green card, not another color, because any other colors are going to be disregarded in the count.
Please, once we get through that, then as you're summing out the budget, we're going to move.
Yeah, that's not going to be that bad. Like,
We need like 290 to pass. 290 to pass. So what is it? What is the number? I think it's like 290.
Well,
Because she said, Dawn said she thinks
that's easier said than done.
checked in. Where did Allie go?
Just right there, collecting.
Oh.
So she said around 370.
Can you figure it out? I'll have to get from Rebecca the total number of people, the absolute. I'll talk to them before they count, Seb.
What's that?
I'll talk to them before they count.
Yeah. There's how many people here? Like 4?
That's what I'm not sure
Gotta be
about.
around.
The last, I think about 370.
Oh, 370.
But I need to, you know, obviously we
Right.
need to know exactly.
Yeah, I think we're moving along. I think we are. Yeah. What are we at? This is 25, right?
Yep, 25, so 3 more.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 more.
27's town. What is the next one going to be from?
Oh, the next one's the rezoning. The rezoning up here.
Oh, right. Oh, well, that. Okay. See how
That's going to go down quick, I would think.
if this
shows up.
if I could vote, that's where I'd be voting because. I mean, I didn't even realize
Why
there was
can't you vote?
What's it?
town moderator can't vote.
sure?
Yeah, Stephen told me I can't. I can't vote, can I?
Is it most, I don't know, I think it's a personal, most moderators don't vote.
What if it's a tie?
Oh my God. Well, let's see how it turns out.
It won't be a tie. It's got 2/3.
Oh, I know. That's why I said
But
let's.
if it's a tie,
I said
What
if
if,
it's
all right,
close.
what if it's
I said
one
if
vote
it's
away?
close,
Can
right.
you cast it?
I think she should either, I don't think she should decide on the level. I just see the vote and I would do something that was, you know? What's that? Either vote or not based on the outcome.
So vote. It's your call, I guess. It's on here.
Take it back. I think she's a no, though.
What's that?
I think she's a no.
Oh, me? I'm a yes.
Oh, more lands for German Shepherd.
Exactly.
Out of order. You're out of order. So, what's that?
We have 372 voters. There's 2/3.
Maybe not everybody voted, but we
So 2/3. So so times 372, right? Is that right? No. 372 divided by 1. I'm doing it up.
I talked to her and she said, print the wrong number and I chose to print the lower number.
Alright. So 246.
maybe not everybody voted though, so it's going to be something like that.
Yeah.
We'll have to see how many.
Yeah, it just seems high.
They have.
But,
When is it coming down there?
oh, okay. So I need to go down there and count.
Yes, yes. It's a borrowing. So, right, but it only has to be 2/3 of the people who vote. Right.
I mean,
We don't
let's see
have.
if we have 372.
Oh, yeah, on the rezone. I thought you were talking about the current. Well, I mean, I don't know what we would do at this point. I'm just saying, does anyone else have any? So which that was 2?
That's what I think.
And that looks, she's pretty substantially big, right?
Oh, no, this is what we need. They haven't.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's what we need. Okay. Yeah, because that's a big one. Do we know our number yet? Total? So, it's going to be by the hour. Yeah. Correct, because they can both have it. No, it's based on votes cast. In the ballot. Nobody would want to help out the other side, huh? We had a whole pack of green paper here. Different colors ready to go. Don't say that, I'm already. Right. You agree with the farm. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to jinx it, but just the same as, doesn't nationalize or but I think there's so many advocates here, no matter what they do. It's 109, right? Is that the number? 106. So what's that thing with that? That's not what else. So something. We don't have any really. Well, if it's developed, it's a net loss. Sounds like somebody wrong. He was. Well, again, that's a philosophical question. Do. Right. Neither way. Struck something. Yeah.
Thank you for your patience. I hope you understand that we just want to make absolutely sure we have an accurate count. It'll just be a minute or two more.
I mean, this was about buying it, so it doesn't change. Oh, no, what, the zoning article? Or this article?
Well, no. I mean, like, what's the likelihood that he's going to go?
Yeah, it's all speculative about, private property, private rights.
Right.
What's that? And this is just on, it's been selling to us right at this time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, those clickers would have made real quick work of it.
We'd need to buy like another, at least
And
two.
probably half the people accidentally leave with them in their pocket, too.
One time we pulled them out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Up and behind, down 140.
Right.
You can see it in space. It's like massive. So who's making rivers?
Let's see. I would think that they might be sitting. Oh, right there. Okay, see the guy with the pale blue shirt?
Yeah.
The one
Oh,
over
yeah,
is
yeah,
Lori.
yeah.
And then I'm trying to see.
Grill.
That's Lori Ann Hart. The other woman, the accountant. She, Megan Grill. She's a Holy Cross girl.
Yeah.
She is nuts. And the thing is, they just know something. And so naive. Just they want to learn, but they need a lot.
I should do. I brought this is. I brought the school budget stuff.
Okay.
Here's the
I think they
zone.
said 291.
Yeah.
And then it has to, until it shall be adopted into planning board.
I think so.
That's how the public hearing, which they did. And then, until a report of recommendations by the planning board has been submitted to the town meeting. So you're gonna call on them about this zone change.
Right.
But I brought this about the school budget.
Based on the number of people who voted. Yeah. 337 would have been 2 votes. And there were
I would definitely do something to document it.
So, of the, so that's the total that voted? Yes. Oh, okay. 359, yeah, so 68, no, 299 less. So the total is 359. So it would be 237. So I'm sorry. Yeah, no. Oh, I can leave that this one. So you want us to keep the cards? Toss it. Keep them, just in case.
Can they hear, yeah, okay. Could I have everyone resume decorum so that we can continue? Thank you. So the vote does pass. Just in case anyone was curious about the math here, we had 291 yes votes, and there were 68 no, but the two-thirds vote required to pass. We got that, so the motion passes. So I'm going to move now to Article 26. And Article 26 is the property owner's petition for the land that we just discussed to rezone the land. And I believe the motion on this will come from the landowner.
Madam Moderator, I'm Patrick Healy of 25 Sewell Street. I'm a professional engineer with the firm of Thompson Liston Associates. We are working for 85 Sewell LLC, the property owner. So at this point, I would like to move that the town vote to amend the zoning map established by Section 3.01, Paragraph 18 of the zoning bylaws, so as to place the entirety of the parcel shown as Assessor's Map 23, Parcel 25, containing 30.08 acres, located on the west side of School Street and further described in a deed recorded at the Registry of Deeds, Book 60,034, page 136, which is currently located in the Rural Residential Zoning District into the Residential Zoning District. Said parcel is shown as Lot C on a plan on file and available for public inspection at the office of the town clerk.
Do I have a second? So there's a motion. Is there a second? Second. Okay. The planning board, do you have a recommendation on this article?
Mark Johnson from the planning board. The planning board has specifically said to not take a recommendation on this one. We are choosing to give no guidance.
I'm sorry?
We are giving no guidance, neither
No
for
guidance.
nor against.
Okay. Hearing that, is there any discussion on this motion? Questions? Can you please go to the microphone? Thank you. And in fact, just to be a little bit more expedient, and I'm sorry I'm doing this as well, can we have anyone who plans to speak get up, and so we're not waiting for people to get to the microphone so that we can finish the meeting this evening? Thank you.
Madam Moderator, before you get to questions, could I make a brief presentation?
I'm sorry?
Before you take questions on the article, may I make a brief presentation?
Yeah, sure.
So yes, this is in fact the same piece of land the town meeting just voted to purchase. However, the petition to rezone it from rural residential to residential stands. Having this property in residential versus rural residential does open up different opportunities for the town. So if you look at the table of uses that are allowed in that zoning district, they are more inclusive than would be the rural residential district. This proponent had specifically proposed the plan that I'm displaying here, which shows an active older adult community, which is over 55 housing of up to 60 units of housing. There is a need in the community for elderly housing. It's not currently zoned in the rural residential district to allow this use. There is a growing population of residents in this country that are age 55 to 80 that are looking for independent living opportunities. I won't go into all the benefits of over 55 housing, but there is a need in the town for transitional housing from single family to assisted living. This would allow the town the opportunity in the future to develop it for this type of use. What's good about this property that allows a single family, assisted, I'm sorry, tongue-tied here. The benefits of this property to our over 55 are that it is on the public water system. School Street is a collector street. This type of development will have a small footprint, would allow for a large tract of open space with walking trails to be preserved. It would maintain buffers along the pond and the wetlands. And it wouldn't add students to the school system. Obviously, we solved that by purchasing the property, voting to purchase the property. But having it in the residential versus rural residential does leave future opportunities available to the town. For this reason, we would ask that you support the change.
Thank you. I just want to be clear that this article has been placed on the warrant by the current owner. This is not an article placed on the warrant by the town. So if there's any confusion over why there was two articles that seemed quite different, that's why one was placed. The purchase was placed on by the by the town, and this article was placed on by the current landowner.
Okay, so let's hear from the folks, our residents who wish to be heard on this article.
Jerry Quam, 3 Smallwood. I think I'm asking the same question a lot of people are asking is, isn't this kind of a moot point at this point?
No.
I mean, the town just voted 4-1 to buy the property.
We do not have a P&S.
I kind of view it as a moot point. I'd like to make a motion that we skip over this article.
There is a motion and a second to the motion on the floor, so we'll have to call for a vote, but let's just hear from the rest of the residents who wish to be heard on this.
Mark Johnson, 84 Mile Hill Road, speaking on behalf of myself, not as a member of the planning board. As Selectman Jamie, I'm drawing a blank here. Underwood, thank you. I'm drawing a blank. He's a buddy of mine. Just said we don't have a purchase and sale yet. With that said, I would encourage people to vote against this because it does make the land potentially more valuable. If it is residential versus rural residential, yes, we did just vote to purchase it, but we haven't purchased it yet. And I don't know. I don't trust developers any as far as I can throw them. So, if we vote to make it residential, then potentially negotiations might fall apart. So I would encourage people to leave it as rural residential the way it is and vote this one down.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Bill Filsinger, 372 Central Street. Also been chair of the Zoning Board of Appeals in town here for 18 years. When I read this article at first, the first thought that popped into my mind is this is spot zoning. And spot zoning, unless there are very good reasons, is illegal in the state. In fact, I did some quick research. I'll read a short excerpt from land court. A bunch of plaintiffs suing the town of Swampscott. And in part of the judge's ruling, he quotes, "Spot zoning is impermissible because it violates the uniformity principle and occurs where there is a singling out of one lot for different treatment from that accorded to similar surrounding land, indistinguishable from its character, all for the economic benefit of the owner of that lot." Thank you.
Hi, my name is Richard Baker. I live at 250 School Street. Some of you may be aware that I'm an associate non-voting member of the Planning Board, but I'm speaking tonight as a private citizen of 250 School Street. And I came prepared with the same quote that Bill just read about spot zoning. But I would just point out a couple of other things. Nothing in this article actually requires the developer to build that plan. Okay?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yes, if you
so
speak into the mic,
nothing
everyone
in this article requires the developer to build that. He will build whatever creates the most profit. That's okay. That's what developers do. But he's just asking us to change our zoning for his individual parcel in the rural residential district, which is the biggest residential district in town. I'm sure there are other property owners that own 30 acres in the rural residential district who would like that same deal too. But we don't do that because our land use says the rural residential should be developed, as we say in our zoning bylaw. So basically, I just would like to say I think this is a terrible idea. It's arbitrary. It's not justified by rational land use planning. I disagree with Mr. Healy. I don't know that it's of any benefit to the town. We certainly need housing options for our seniors. It's not clear that this will get them the options they actually need. It's spot zoning. I'm voting no, and I would suggest you do the same.
Steve Susi again from 6 Morningdale Ave. I say reject this and vote no, because we just bought this for conservation purposes. So for conservation purposes, whether you voted yes or no, that's what people voted yes for. So keep it rural residential, because even in the future, if the town owns it, keeping it rural residential makes us force the town to keep it conservation instead of building town-owned senior housing or something else on that. So just to keep in just the spirit of what people just approved, vote no, keep it as conservation land. Thank you.
So just to touch on, someone mentioned that the land would be more valuable to the town if it was rural residential. That would be a moot point, assuming that we get a grant, as mentioned by Selectman Reininger, or even any of the outside funds that we're working on from the private philanthropists. Ooh, I can't say that. They would also require that it's in conservation. So it would be a moot point as far as that goes.
Bob Richards, 632 Main Street. Correct me if I'm wrong, we could make this change after we purchase the property, yes or no? If we wanted to. There's no need or requirement to do this now. We could do this later if we wanted to. There's no need to rush into this, first off. Second of all, I think it's disingenuous at best that a town member would represent a firm professionally and try and make a change like this just as the town residents voted to purchase the property. So I say vote no.
Do you
Madam
have
Moderator,
anything additional you want to add?
Yes, please. I would like to add that I don't believe it's disingenuous for a member of the public to represent any landowner, whether they survey your land, present plans before the Planning Board, Zoning Board of Appeals, Board of Health. This is the business that we're in. We're in the land development business. We're assisting private landowners with maintaining their private property rights. Thank you.
Are there any other residents who wish to be heard on this? Okay, I'm going to call for a vote, and on this article, it would require a 2/3 vote to pass.
And a second?
No, the motion that is on the floor was a motion made by, no, Jerry's motion was made, and his wasn't, first of all, I didn't call for his motion. He just said, I'd like to bypass this. And I said, we're not going to bypass it because we already have a motion on the floor. And the motion was by the sponsor's attorney, and he explained that it's as written in the warrant here. He made that motion, and it was seconded. So what I'm asking you to vote on is whether or not you support the motion that's on the floor. And to be clear, the motion is for the rezoning. So if you vote yes, then you are going to be voting to approve the rezoning. If you vote no, you will vote against it, and it would be tantamount to what Mr. Quam was seeking, which is to bypass it. Because if you vote no, then it's done, okay? So just to be clear, that's what the vote is. A yes vote will approve the rezoning, a no vote is against it. So with that in mind, I will call for a vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Nay. So the nay wins, and the Article 26 does not pass. Article 27, we're going to keep moving here. And Article 27 is a citizen's petition here. So, is there a Boylston resident who wishes to speak on and make a motion under Article 27?
Hi, I'm Penelope Gambino. I live at 2 Clearview.
Can you speak into, I'm sorry, speak into the microphone. Can you give us your address as well, please?
2 Clearview Ave in Boylston. Pardon? Oh, okay. Article 27 motion, I move that the town vote to amend the vote unanimously adopted under the Article 28 at the 2022 annual town meeting, which read, to transfer the care and custody control of the parcel of land located south easternly of Main Street, adjacent to the land of Worcester County Horticultural Society, as shown as parcel 3 on the Assessors Plan 48, and as further described in printed warrant from the tax title custodian of the Board of Selectmen for the purpose of the disposal of the sale for no less than a minimum of sale price of $10,000, and provided that the said property shall be subject to conversation restriction, such as that it shall not be built upon, by inserting, provided
By inserting the following.
by
Keep reading it.
inserting the following text at the end, therefore, provide, however, the construction of not more than 2 temporary shelters for hikers, each having a footprint no greater than 10 feet by 10 feet and a height no greater than 15 feet without utilities, and not for permanent occupancy shall be permitted.
Thank you. Is there a second to this motion? Okay. Does the petitioner wish to explain the amendment? Is there someone here who might be able to speak to that?
Yes, our attorney, Patricia Gates, is here, and I request the moderator permission to allow her to speak on the motion on her behalf.
And yes, I'm going to let her speak on this so that the members of the meeting here can better understand exactly what the motion is about.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Last year at town meeting, the town voted to authorize the sale of a parcel of property that is contiguous to what everybody knows as Tower Hill. And the language in that article was just read to you. It had a couple conditions in it, one of which that it be subject to a conservation restriction and therefore kept in its conserved state, and the second that it not be built upon. Tower Hill submitted a bid pursuant to an RFP issued by the selectmen and were the successful bidder. They're pleased to have a conservation restriction on the property. They think it fits well with their mission. The issue is the exclusive language at the end of the warrant article that says not to be built upon, which is an absolute phrase. They are not looking to put visitor center building there. They're looking to put up a couple safety stops or rest stops for hikers. Part of this property will literally be a mile from the main visitor center. And the concern is that people will get stuck in a thunder and lightning storm. It will be too hot. Somebody needs to sit down and rest. There is a topography change on the site. You could have somebody like me who has one fake knee who may say, oh my God, I need a bench. And you just need to sit down and rest. So the purpose of this article isn't to eliminate the language which was in last year's warrant, which is to say not be built upon. It allows for an exception, and the exception is the narrow exception that's read at the end that says permitting it would be able to build up to 2 essentially rest stop hiking areas for visitors. You had plenty of time as you checked in to pick up material, and we have some depictions of the kind of thing we're talking about. It almost looks like a Boy Scout project, but you'd find them in any of the state parks. They're just very basic structures, and the point of it is for safety for the visitors. So I would be happy to answer any other questions, Madam Moderator, but that's the point of the amendment.
Okay, I'm going to ask if there is anyone here at town meeting that wishes to be heard on this item. I think there is a gentleman there.
Sorry, Bob Richard again, 632 Main Street. Love Tower Hill, love conservation, hiker, climber, former mountaineer. Huts like they described tend to be a destination, and my concern is we're only talking about a 2-mile loop. This is a mile out, so generally you're going to be probably halfway back to the main center or halfway to the shelter. You could always turn around and head back to the main visitor center. Most walkers and hikers are prepared. I just don't see a need for a permanent structure like that that tends to be a destination. Could be issues with vandalism. The police have to respond. So I just think we should keep with the, the essence of what we approved at town meeting last time, and be glad Tower Hill has the property, but not allow any structures on it as we voted. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this, or do you know if the trail is 2 miles, or?
It's a couple miles out and around. The loop is shown 4 miles altogether.
I thought it was 3.7 when I read
Okay.
the handout, but I'm not allowed to answer any questions, so I can ask the question if it's more like 3.7 miles.
Almost up to 4 miles. And I would like to repeat that the amended language says the construction of not more than 2 temporary shelters, if necessary, if there was an issue of this being a destination for malcontents to hide out under a shed in the middle of who knows what, we could get rid of them.
Are there any other comments or points of discussion? Seeing none, I will call for a motion on this. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? I'm going to take the no as a no, but I don't know. In any event, the article passes. So now we get to Article 28, the town budget. Is there a motion on Article 28?
I have a motion.
Go ahead.
I'd like to move that the town appropriate the sum of $21,685,033.00, which sum includes an appropriation for the regional school budget in the amounts listed under the column Finance Committee recommended FY 2024 budget for account number 5510 and account number 5651, as shown in the proposed FY 2024 budget in the report of the Finance Committee, to pay all town debts and charges and to fix the compensation and salaries of all town offices, all as shown in the town budget, so-called under the column proposed FY 2024 budget in the report of the Finance Committee. And to meet this appropriation, the sum of $95,000 shall be transferred from the ambulance reserves, receipts reserved for appropriation and applied to the fire department budget. The sum of $1,028,660 shall be transferred from available free cash to fund capital school improvements at Boylston Elementary School. The sum of $250,000 shall be transferred from available free cash to reduce the tax rate, and the balance to be raised from the tax levy, thereby approving the town budget for fiscal year 2024.
Do I have a second? Okay. Is there any discussion on this motion?
If I could just take a moment to describe some things, because I heard that there was a concern about the total figure. We prepared a small sheet that tried to summarize for you. And it has the school lines at the top, and then it has the capital
listed about in the middle, and then list the specific capital items. If we just follow across the top line, for example, for Boylston Elementary, it shows last year's budget, the Boylston Finance Committee's recommended budget, the increase, and then the increased percent. And then to the right, what you see is the total increase tax impact of the total school budget, so the elementary school plus the Tohoto, so the total district to our town, and the figure right there is 5.75%. If I could just take another moment, I've prepared some remarks. So my name is Eric Brose. I'm the chair of the Finance Committee. I'm here with Dave Butler and Karen McGay, who is also a 25-year veteran of the committee. And more recent veterans here, we have Howard Drobner, Greg Cusimano, and Stephanie Michek. Thank you for allowing me to speak to this. In preparing the budget this year, the committee very consciously avoided any additional expenditures on the town side, knowing that there would be large increases in the school budget, driven significantly by school special education mandates. On the town side, we limited new positions and hours, as well as expenses. Our target has been to limit the increase to the tax rate to around 2 to 3%, which may include spending increases as high as 10%, but in years when we have additional new income coming in to the town to offset that spending. This year, we're presenting what we feel is a fair budget. With that said, we're recommending a 5.75% increase to the tax rate. That's a big number. We feel that the increase to the school budget we are recommending, while high, is reasonable. We met with them in early March when they presented a level service budget and made requests for capital items. The town this year is in a position to meet those capital requests through free cash. We felt like this would be a win for the schools. After that meeting, the school committee met to vote on a budget that, in addition to what we'd agreed to, recommended funding, adding an additional 5 positions and approximately $270,000. That's the budget figure you see in the overview to the right. The school committee will be getting up in a moment to make a motion to amend the budget to a higher figure from what we're presenting here to account for those positions. It may not include the entire $270,000 as a cost this year to the town, and may be recommending a slightly smaller request because they'll be filling that gap with non-recurring funds, essentially savings to fund those positions. So if it's the larger number or the smaller number, you're still voting on the higher budget expense line. Our bottom line is that we feel like we've met the primary needs and wants of the school committee in a prudent way. As a town, we need to be concerned about both our schools as well as our fixed income homeowners. The recent increase in inflation has already affected those homeowners, and even the tax impact we're recommending will have an effect on those same people. We will be looking forward to an override next year in all likelihood, and there will likely be quite a bit of public discourse over that. I won't predict what will happen here, but I do think that the positions added with savings this year will be most at risk next year. Thank you.
Does the school committee wish to be heard on this?
Yes, my name is Lori Hart. I'm from the school committee. I have a motion whose purpose is not to seek more money on the town floor, but to ensure the relevant Massachusetts Code of Regulations 603 CMR 41.05 governing regional school districts is followed. The regulation states the budget as adopted by the Regional School Committee and the member's assessment as certified by the treasurer of the regional school district shall be placed before each local appropriating authority for its consideration. Therefore, I move to amend the motion of the Finance Committee under Article 28 to increase the amount of appropriation by $106,880 to reflect the intended fiscal 2024 budget voted upon by the BBRSD School Committee on April 4th, 2023, in lieu of the Finance Committee's recommended budget, such that the amended motion reads as follows.
That the town appropriate the sum of $21,700,000
$791,913, which sum includes an appropriation for the Berlin-Boylston Regional School District budget in the amounts listed under the school column School Committee Recommended FY24 Budget for account number 5510 and account number 5651 as follows. Change account 5510 elementary education from $4,871,688 to $4,721,688. Change account 5651 regular assessment from $6,329,720 to $6,315,833. The balance of the motion shall not change.
I second this motion.
Okay. Is this microphone, okay, the microphone's working. Okay, so the motion is essentially to increase the amount of appropriation by, okay, yep, $106,880. Does the Finance Committee have a recommendation on this amended motion?
The Finance Committee does not recommend approval.
Okay, so I'm going to call for discussion, and I want to make it very clear that this may be a two-part vote here. The first vote after discussion will be whether to amend the motion that will be voted on for the budget. So we had the main motion, which was what the Finance Committee recommended. And now the school just came and made a motion to amend that. So I want to know if there's any discussion on the motion to amend the vote, the motion on the main, that was the main motion. I think I've confused everybody now. Let's try that again. Discussion on whether or not there should be an amended motion on the budget. That's what we're talking about now.
Yep. So I'm Jessica Moore, Degli Alberti. I live at 1 Scar Hill Road in Boylston again. I am making a comment as a personal resident, not as a representative of the school committee. I grew up in Boylston. I remember a high school student having to, well, actually elementary school student, arguing to keep a hold of Mrs. Cuppins, our art teacher, hold on to our music, you know. And so in past years, we've always had to argue for funding for our schools. In high school, again, I remember holding a sign out there saying fund our schools. Now with a fourth grader and a kindergartner, you know, this is still very personal. Right now, my son is very lucky to be in a class of 16 in kindergarten. We have 60 right now registered, as of my last knowledge, for coming into the kindergarten class this next fall. So that's 20 children for one teacher, 5-year-olds learning to read and count. The positions that were added to in addition to the at-level budget, were not done lightly. 3 positions are aides, 1 each for the kindergarten, that will remain within those kindergarten classes in future years if we can maintain that funding. The other one is an additional BCBA position, which is a behavioral health analyst. As we know, the pandemic hit us hard, all of us, and especially the kids. I coach soccer. I only have to deal with them for 2 hours of the week. Oh my goodness, bless these teachers. So our BCBA right now is stretched thin between 3 schools. She handles all the IEPs and the interventions, and really we need another BCBA to help every child, you know, if there's a disciplinary issue or helping the classes in general with our wellness curriculum. The final position that was added was a vice principal for technically the middle school of Tohoto. Right now we have a principal and a vice principal. And so there really isn't a separate feeling of a middle school here at Tohoto. Now it's 6 through 12, my apologies. And so the thought is we lose a lot of students in 9th grade to private schools or Assabet, which is fine if they want to do that pathway. But we really need to make a more cohesive community within Tohoto. And so again, these positions were not added lightly. You know, these are friends and family that we've known forever. These are past teachers, retired, you know, family friends that have limited budgets. So this is not something that was put down lightly for the town. Thank you.
David Butler, Green Street, also on the Finance Committee. This is the first time in my 30-plus years of involvement with the Finance Committee that the school committee and the FinCom are not presenting a uniform budget. It's really disappointing to me. At a group meeting in March, the school committee presented to the Berlin and Boylston Selectmen and Finance Committees at a group meeting 2 budget choices. The first one was a level services budget that you see here under the FinCom recommended column. The second one was a below-level services budget that included layoffs. Both the FinComs of both towns and the Selectmen felt it was important to find a way to avoid layoffs. As a result, the level services budget was adopted. This was communicated to the school committee, who, in my opinion, instead of being appreciative of the reach that the towns made to the higher budget level being accepted instead of the lower one, then proceeded to add the full 5-time full positions to the budget. Now, I'm not here to dispute the positions, but more the mechanisms and then the overall budget impact. The Boylston FinCom cannot agree to taking the elementary school increase from 15.7% to 18%. And it's a huge number, 15.7%. Inflation is only 6.5%, so it's almost triple the inflation rate. The Finance Committee has a duty to all of the residents of this town to be fiscally responsible. The elected school committee also shares this same responsibility. The budget being presented by the schools committee tonight relies heavily on one-time funds, comparable to tapping your savings accounts. The problem with that is it won't be available next year. This means that the school budget will start the FY 2025, which is 2 years out, budget process, several $100,000 in the red at Boylston Elementary School alone. The only way this will be covered, because we're almost at our tax levy this year, will be the necessity of a Proposition 2.5 override ballot vote, which is not an easy thing to pass. The FinCom recommended budget will increase your taxes by 5.9%. This is almost 2% above where we normally like to be, but we felt it was important to support the school's needs. The last-minute 5-position add cannot be supported, as that would result in a 6.75% impact to the tax rate. When you think about voting on this amendment, I urge you to consider all the townspeople, especially seniors and those on fixed incomes. This higher budget requested will only work for 1 year due to the use of the reserved funds. And 3, if you vote yes for this, don't complain about your tax bill next year.
Hi. I didn't introduce myself before, but my name is Megan Grill. I live at 27 Compass Circle. I'm also a school committee member. Just a few things to comment on what was just said. So first off, the school committee did vote to add 5 positions, but the school committee also made a vote, which is why we had to make the amendment, to use about $160,000 of our school choice and circuit breaker reserves funds to fund these positions. We also voted at our last meeting to add multiple school choice slots at Tohoto with hopes of increasing those funds. The other thing is that we were faced this year with over 10% increase in medical insurance for our staff, and the state is now allowed to increase out-of-district tuitions by 14% for special ed. I think that was it.
Hi, I'm Matt Grill. I'm married to Megan Grill, full disclosure. We don't agree on anything, but we actually agree on this. So we just a little bit ago voted to spend $1 million of town money to reserve a plot of land because we want to keep a rural feel, right? Rural's one thing, all right? Fine with rural. When you look particularly at Boylston Elementary, without these funds, we're going to be borderline third world country. So I'm not saying that it's hyperbole. UNESCO, which publishes global data that's used to inform public policy globally, widely recognized, all right, if we don't have these additional roles, I believe it's in kindergarten, we're going to have somewhere around a 20-to-1 student-teacher ratio. In first world countries, the average is 14-to-1. In developing countries, it's over 20-to-1. We are approaching being a developing country with our student-teacher ratio at Boylston Elementary. So I'm going to ask that you guys vote for the amendment and that you guys vote to actually pass the additional funds. Thanks.
Jerry Quam, 3 Smallwood. Just to jump on what Mr. Grill said, just a few short minutes ago, we voted to buy a new truck for the highway department for $150,000, and we did so unanimously, without a bat of an eye. Last year, we voted unanimously to spend $180,000 on a truck with a sander attachment. The year before that, we voted unanimously to spend $80,000 for a new dump truck. It kind of boggles my mind that we're arguing about $100,000 here for the education of our children. I'd just like to close by saying, show me a growing, vibrant town with growing property values, and I will show you a well-supported and well-financed school district. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Jennifer Warren Diamond again, 889 Main Street. I don't doubt any of the needs that have been presented by the school committee. But as the chairman of the Finance Committee stated, reliance on one-time money is a slippery slope. I believe what the chair also said, that this town is likely facing an override, is very true in the near future, if not next year. My colleagues and I are all facing overrides. There are many headlines in nearby communities that they're overriding this year, and I do think it's likely that we'll do that in the near future here in Boylston. With that said, we should view these comprehensively because an override is difficult to pass. The town is also starving. We need to have an overall comprehensive view, not a one-time bite at the apple that's going to set us off in the red at the beginning of the next fiscal year. Thank you.
Hi, whoa, geez. My name is Ariel Strelevich. I live on 400 Linden Street, and I grew up here. I've also been a teacher previously. I've taught second grade. Actually, I've taught kindergarten, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, middle school sex ed, high school biotechnology, and I'm currently working as a college professor. So just to give you a view, I've run the gambit at this point. I have seen all the levels of the children, and what I can tell you is that as a teacher, it is crushing to have that many children. Like, the first thing that I saw when I saw this was that our kindergarten teachers are working at a 20-to-1 ratio. I encourage everybody in the audience to sit here and think about the last time they even dealt as an adult with a 1-to-5 ratio, or a 1-to-10 ratio of children, or a 1-to-15 ratio. 1-to-20, your teacher cannot fully take care of your children. That's the bottom line. There's always going to be a kid who's missed for reading, missed for not knowing their colors, missed for something, because that's just simply not enough adults per children. And I understand there's concerns about the budget, but that's something that needs to be, this is like a Band-Aid issue. I get it. Like, I hear that concern, but we kind of need to move past that because we are taking away resources from our children. The BCBA, in case you guys don't know, that's a person who works with children who have higher difficulties. And like a speaker before me said, the pandemic has hit these kids hard. We have kids going into kindergarten who may not have even been in preschool. And that's horrifying, and we are going to leave them behind. And this school district already produces really good students, and so we're going to pull back. Like, you can't expect the same quality of education with the same constraints we've been running in the past, and we need to make this amendment now. So I really encourage you to think right now, when's the last time I've been with that many children alone? And I bet the answer has probably been never.
Hi, Jessica Moore-Degley, Alberti, 1 Square Hill Road. Make it really brief. So during this journey, the document came across that And that Berlin has like a volunteer for taxes program, and so I asked, and Boylston does too. There's also tax exemptions for widows, and also a subset of people. So I know a lot of people maybe want to vote but financially cannot, but there is also that to consider, that if you truly can't and you fall into those categories, that that's something that you could look into.
So we've had a lot of comments and discussion, and is there anyone else who wants to be heard on this? And again, the first vote I'm going to call for is whether town meeting will vote to approve the amended motion. Okay, so I will say this again. There was a FinCom motion with a budget amount that was less than an amended motion made by the school. The amended motion will increase the overall budget by $106,880. But I needed approval to put that motion before town meeting. So the first thing that you vote for is whether you're going to vote to approve the amended motion. And then you vote, and to put the amended motion before you, and then you vote on that motion. So I just want to make sure I've said that. So at 10 past 10, most people are following me. So we're not actually approving an amended budget at this point, just approving that the amended motion comes before the meeting for a final vote, okay? That's vote number one. Okay, and that's going to be a regular vote, but the second one has to be a ballot vote like we did on the land, because the FinCom doesn't agree with the motion. So the motion before town meeting right now is, do you approve, or a yes vote will allow the amended motion to be voted on?
Finance Committee's main motion.
Okay, we are voting, okay, your vote is to amend Finance Committee's main motion. That's the vote. I don't think that one needs to be the valid vote. I think the valid vote needs to be on a subsequent one. I know that FinCom doesn't agree with
We made a recommendation against the amendment, not against the budget. That's why you need the ballot vote on this vote on the amendment. Then the budget vote would just be a consensus vote.
Hang on.
Hold on. I know.
So I don't think
But
this is
you
an
don't need money.
appropriation.
No,
I don't
right,
think
right.
this is an appropriation. I think it's a subsidiary motion to amend the main motion.
Okay, I'm going to take advice from town council, because I agree with his advice. When the Finance Committee is recommending against a financial amount, that's when we need to have the ballot vote. Right now, there's no money being voted on. What I'm asking for is a vote to amend the Finance Committee's motion. So I don't believe they can disagree, but it doesn't require a ballot vote.
And if the amendment is approved, we're voting
Yeah.
on some not recommended by FinCom, then we're ballot voting.
Right. And so,
Get approved, just a
right, yeah. So again, I don't believe we need a ballot vote on this. We just need a voice vote on whether to amend the motion as made by the school committee. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. The ayes win. It's just a simple majority for this, for that motion. So I'm going to now call for a vote on the amended motion made by the school, and that is to appropriate additional money than what FinCom recommended. So as a result of that, it is going to require a ballot vote like we did for the land. So I'm going to choose the yellow card this time. Yellow. Make your choice by yellow only.
Right. If the operation by FinCom,
Right.
that requires.
Especially if it requires, it's not a money.
It's not an actual appropriation.
No. Good evening, folks. I know everyone is probably interested, obviously, if you're staying, you're interested in the outcome here, and then I'll call for a motion to adjourn the meeting. So the ayes, those in favor of the amended budget, passes 241 to 88. So that actually concludes our meeting for the evening, so I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn. Second. Yes. The meeting is adjourned. Don't forget to vote next week. Please. Thank you.